Alright. Whew. Alright. Welcome. Just got up from a nap and I'm feeling raring to go. Alright. So, I'm just making sure everything's set up. Making sure that my microphone isn't accidentally connected to my VR headset microphone, because, oh my god, that was a fucking nightmare. Because during one of my previous streams, because I forgot to switch my microphones from my VR headset to my desk microphone. Because that was a nightmare until one of the chatters told me that, oh hey, are you mute for this entire stream? I was like, wait, what? And then I checked my microphone. It's like, oh shit, it's linked to my headset microphone, which is currently off. Oh my god. But anyway, okay, looks like everything's good. Alright. Game generator, audio. Okay. Oh, hey, no. It's not attached to my headset microphone. Sometimes it does that and I don't know why. Okay. Alright, let's get to it. Episode 3! 23rd of October, 2:41 p.m. Nadahoda's Legal Consultancy.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months. It's true.
So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father?
Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right! So I was surprised to learn he'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Hunt Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I'm right safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now.
Oops, I hit the wrong key. Oh shit, I clicked off on accident. Okay, there we go, we're back.
After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who. About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett.
Ooh! You dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runa?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. there's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Migotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter that it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
That's a very meaningful look for Susato. That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jikoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Migotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country as well. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jiyoku. You met him, Mr. Naruhodo, last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten.
Yep, the guy who was judging the trial that I was framed for fucking murder.
That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder.
Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jiyoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He wouldn't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Migotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Sheen. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Sheen. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Eishin. Who on earth was she?
And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere?
I think it's from the hidden telegram that was, yeah, that involved the international case in the final case of the last game. I think. Yeah.
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what was going on. What went on? In that visiting student's fate. Nobody in Japan knows anything about it. They know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. I know they'll never.
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliff by our hometown. Except Kazuma isn't there. Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Does that mean he's alive? Cause in the first investigation stage of this episode, we met a masked figure and then Naruhodo was like, wait, it can't have been, and then it just cuts off from there. So wait, is that masked guy that's studying under Von Zieks actually Kazuma? If so, how the fuck did he fake his death then? How did he fake his death then? I guess that's something we might end up learning about in later episodes.
Yes, it would seem that he did, but he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Budia were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Mrs. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Usada-san we're talking about after all, so I probably shouldn't push it now. About this paper, Mrs. Sato.
Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
Oh, sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then.
Once we've helped Professor Harebrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Von Seeks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far.
It must be about a year now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me. How'd you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
What?
My Baskervilles story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea, but when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I know that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Trepper, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down, which is a job for the police or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. And let me know later how you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. "23rd of October. Sholmes' Suite." Oh yeah, he already left. Oh, who is this fella? 23rd of October. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice. His office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Von Zies is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation of the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until later, then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she's concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Ah, right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Sith is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard, She will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba,
Oh, yes, my lord.
your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young promising judge.
The punctiliousness?
The punctiliousness and the politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Seth was also there then, as it happens.
Then, Dr. Sith knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh,
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
what do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Von Zieks, was murdered. It was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in courts started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word.
So, Lord Von Zieks is in the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing an investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. 23rd of October. Forensics Laboratory.
I believe this is it. Dr. Sid's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you have become, Mrs. Otto. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that is open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. The scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels in a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for?
What are you doing?
Huh. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strong told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid the explosion, and Mr. Asmon, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see. If two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene made that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course.
Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared up anything at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Ooh, she got the plague doctor mask on.
Mama, what is this?
Ah! Where did she come? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh,
Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mama,
Yes?
can I cut this one up?
What? Oh my god.
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
Boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Ronaldo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. "23rd of October, Madame Dospellos."
Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn down my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we have to come back again later. Oh, he just dipped. "23rd of October. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower."
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds at this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence on mine sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Is this Gregson?
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your monks before long.
Yeah, it is Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual.
Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met.
What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning.
Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper Englishman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina.
Where'd the dog come from? She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now?
Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? Welcome to see how you're getting along.
Huh? Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her?
I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Nettle, though. I think he's worried about the repo.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I want to keep that diving diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least.
Oi! Did you just call me a blooming diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene? You can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, you're the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Isn't he great? Toby's his name.
You named him after the detective. Tobias Gregson.
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm going to be playing with my new friend there.
Ah, yes, Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume.
Hey, Marshado. How you doing?
I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze.
Oh,
It's like I told Aldo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of?
that's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it.
What they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I was bumming to see some of the stream. My car finally got fixed, so I'm just an excited person right now. Oh, nice.
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or elder as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something?
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
That's the one, yeah. Apparently he is always watching the time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him. He waited for 3 hours at the club's office and came back sniveling. Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly?
Alright then, go ahead. If it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're saying that all this is above board, are ya?
I'm
I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a right new one on me, that. You know, being caught and not spending the whole time worrying about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all of your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, and all of them made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. Oh, be right back. Okay, we're back.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest that other cop, eh? And in the time for tomorrow and all. You know? The dodgy engineer? What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache.
Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
I mean, yeah, he was eating a lot of fish and chips. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes, what didn't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Skull Reaper what's always clogging down the glasses of that blood red plonk.
Ah, Lord Von Zieks.
He's always added it in me for that cub. I don't know what he's always scowling about, man. Probably would have been a pretty good boss, as it goes. Would you rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective's trainee? Now, the way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally bad off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding that fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be any clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Trevor at all? Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be flaming rude, Odo! Slight of a reaction, don't you think? Yeah, no mutt, alright? Toby's... how did he put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments have been... Wait, what? What? Oh, what the fuck? What? That's a very sus thing to say, Ryunosuke. Okay. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ha! That's nothing compared to this little fella, Aldo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Aldo, there's gotta be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future.
Yes, I agree.
Right? One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, anyway, whatever you'll think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. Found him down the East End the other day. Someone had chucked him out the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Okay, well. Let's take a look-see here. These stairs lead to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. October, the Great Exhibition Grounds. Experimentation stage.
Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Hambrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No, the professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You've You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look. Is that
Oh, he's here too.
Lord Von Zeeks?
So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lone Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it would have been her steel will. I'll go take a look around the scene first before talking to Von Zeeks.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped it through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Okay. Is that everything? This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Oh shit, no, I didn't mean to click that. I just hit the M key. Or not. Oh, they don't have it here. Okay.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes sense. It makes you think, doesn't it? If it only had been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought of as well. I bet they can predict what you're going to... I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
Oh, they switched it to the N key, okay. Alright, Von Zeeks, what do you have to say? Least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
Lord Von Zeeks? Yeah, see ya. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Von Zieks.
Your depot means I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then?
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind. Are you gonna tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Von Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of Madame d'Ospel's Museum of Waxworks by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drepper already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but...
We very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow, Susanoo-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
So that's the guy.
Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Von Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Oh, he's here too.
The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Oh yeah, she's seeing him for the first time. Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Von Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susanoo-san can see it too. Yeah. So we're suspecting that this might be Cosma.
Lord Von Zieks, May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Kazuma-sama!
Oh shit, she's just straight up saying that.
Kazuma?
I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure, as if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late.
What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
but he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
Oh. Yeah, when that Russian girl knocked him out in that one case in the previous game, and that's probably the moment where he got amnesia.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side.
Oh shit. What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it seemed to hit a nerve when she called out Kazuma-sama.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Von Zieg's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're going to need to speak with him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato.
Of course.
Doesn't appear to be here. I guess we go to the prison to talk to Albert. Oh my god.
23rd of October, local prison, cell 11.
What's he doing?
He's... oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner! none of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
Ah, no, actually, this is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How was I diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain? I found that I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be the new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, and an odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled, by the pair of them. By Asmund, and then by that aloof engineer Trevor.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we?
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong logically. It makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Paddock did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Paddock wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why, it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Balak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you wouldn't have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Balak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea?
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try and earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice.
Mr. Asmund is no.
Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you actually have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues they can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Oh, that's a lead. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible. At the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulae and use that instead.
What do you think, Mr. Sato? You the machine for your next birthday?
I never use any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would.
Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look.
What?
Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Actually, let's show him the photo. Professor Hairbrain, what do you have to make of the— oh, he doesn't react. That's what you did prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No, it's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, nothing. Okay, let's— I think we go to the experimentation stage and we show it to the dog, and let's see if the dog actually figures something out. Gina, would you take a look at— oh no, he did— okay, never mind. Oh. Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around there, you can do what you like. Oh. What? It's just— oh. I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Oh yeah, so with Toby. Yeah. Apparently we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, aren't I? Ain't nothing I can do. When it suits you, yes. Can we find the dog anywhere? Oh, I guess not. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around at my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Otto.
I think perhaps it's time we left. There's the scorcher on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Oh, Professor Hairbrain, I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch! I'm a bad person.
I guess Toby hasn't been trained yet.
Yeah, let's try it. Oh, yeah, there's nothing. I think we still have to talk to Hairbrain about some things. Maybe the cage? Oh no, nothing. What do I do then? Oh, okay, it's nothing. No, okay, there's nothing there. Okay, I'm lost as to where do we go about this, so... Story mode on. Oh, we do present it, what the fuck? Oh, we examine it. Oh. That was an oversight on me, I guess. This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil. That's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, and it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me for a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Okay. And then we present that to Gina, okay. Because I was like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do here? Okay. That was an oversight on my part. I should have examined it. I guess I'm so used to examining it while I'm in the courtroom that I didn't really think to examine it out in the investigation phase. Okay. Now I present it. Probably. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment. I don't know A to E. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble.
Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important.
Eh? How come? There's just a dirty little smudge on the back, that's all.
It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently.
You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. Yes, sir? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean you should smell it. Alright, you mean Toby. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Oh. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Combs workshop?
That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping.
Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait. What? When did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week.
Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson. Alright, let's find this motherfucker. Right then, Otto. Leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cub right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil sent up, yeah? Come on then, boy. See you later. And she goes.
I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We gotta find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
October, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks.
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Oh, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright.
I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter?
Look, isn't that Aldo? Look at the waxwork.
I'm quite sure... Oh,
I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
nope, there he is.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find... That's the temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, si friend of my dedicated employee.
Ah, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where he belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow. Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Allores, do not disturb,
Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. There we go.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes. I am longing to say hello again. But where is he?
As soon as she turns around, he starts doing his little fighting stance. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh. What? What are you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, she fainted! Susato-san! Susato-san! She fainted!
My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
As long as it's not a questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why were you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved.
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume.
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter.
Oh. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Despairs at all cost. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all.
Or Iris.
Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
We're in the process of trying to track somebody down.
Oh,
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
a swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew someone of the man's appearance at least, I may be in better position to help.
Yes, Drebber's appearance.
Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Well, first, before we show you anything, Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and where lies the problem?
We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask, and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow man wasn't dead at all. Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes.
I will tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Sholmes.
Tomorrow in court, you will find yourselves on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say.
So he does seem to know more than he lets on. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive.
Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me?
Oh, well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains.
Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it?
Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand.
What?
The opportunity will come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it.
Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely you need only to look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness.
I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Huh. For those heavy curtains at last. $5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using our special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention the demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Grayson comes out rather well in that list, I think.
"23rd of October. Madame Tuspel's special exhibit."
Oh, the head's missing.
Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Mrs. Otto, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. Via really big confectionery.
We said we can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We paid a good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Why did they keep the head? Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we'll get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susada-san's voice tremble?
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. In a little more detail. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh, do you think we should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Is that... Ah!
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it! A black monocle!
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him! Is that him? Is that Enoch himself? Or is that Herlock?
Indeed it is.
Yeah, no, it is Herlock. Mr. Sholmes!
This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head?
The head was missing when the module was returned by the thief who stole it.
What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. To the Sioux, as Mother would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry idol still awaits my return to Baker Street, with preferably with rations.
Ah!
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the display in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really happen, could it?
Oh, is his secret workshop in the cemetery? Did he? Oh, okay, is that the case?
I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incident involving the professor 10 years ago.
I believe I told you a little...
I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy, or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity...
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Low Gate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness?
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than... the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been beheaded and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white.
For the following days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic over every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame d'Aspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, what was he up to?
The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, the rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder.
Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had.
But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly what had been following the execution.
No. But that would mean Mr. Trevor must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society. Nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Trevor's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie.
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tospel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
So this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped up by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mrs. Otto? Anyway, I'm sure the model had her head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it.
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And oh, so that's the body double. The waxwork figurines used as a body double. Oh, okay, there it is. And it's quite a big piece too.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example.
Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would the glass from the glass tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? Earlier in court, we established that the Ganesh experiment was a trick, and now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? I think that's everything we have. Yeah. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as well as you know.
In a way, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. What's this here?
Well, it would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' dimensions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man being in the graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to light and coming in through the lenses. Through the lens. If we were to open the cover in the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
Wait, is this the same camera that Drebber had in the scene? You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese Choshin paper lantern, isn't actually, is it?
Lamp, lantern, Choshin.
Choshin or Choshin? Yeah, I think it's Choshin.
The point is, it casts a very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it.
I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he?
What's on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mr. Sato?
Yes?
That's a spade, isn't it?
No, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels.
We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. I think that's everything we have to look at. Yeah, that's everything. Oh.
What the bleeding Nora? What the bleeding Nora, Aldo? What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Alice and she said this is where you're based, so... Gina, don't be so not so loud in the museum.
Madame de Spell will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. sorry. I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found that Dodger Combs workshop!
What? You found Jebber's workshop?
Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there in a drag, so come on! Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out.
Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once.
Alright then, see you there.
You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still.
What?
I know my place. In the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming.
Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more.
Forget that, I'll pay for everything.
Then there is not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
You'll offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Oh shit, there it is.
23rd of October, Enoch Jebber's workshop.
That looks like...
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's got the medical. Who's the medical worker?
I thought you lot were sure before long.
Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon on a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're open to snoop around in here, I get cracking. Lord Von Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak.
Them again.
I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take you too kindly to lawyer types.
Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down once we have the chance.
And you, Sholmes,
Pardon?
they take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers.
Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model.
Right then. Let's see what we can find in here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Our machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown up in the government.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back.
It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change up on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato.
This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, won't you say?
It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor.
Ah.
Would you like a massage?
No, I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Trepper than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described? Is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
While suspended from somewhere even higher than in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay mid-air unsupported.
So the solution is ever taller towers?
Oh. It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose...
Of crossbow bolts, these. They're just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Trevor was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam.
This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on the way over from the yard, so hands off until he gets here.
With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute.
Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you.
Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. He really does have a smug look on him.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Trevor must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh.
Oh,
Is something wrong, Mr. Sato?
well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too?
Yeah, I heard it all. What you reckon, Toby?
Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up! This is Scotland Yard!
Uh-oh.
Oh my, someone is in there.
Ugh, this rotten bleeding lock!
My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only if it were countenance, I could only unlock that door. I could unlock that door in less than a minute.
He has no choice.
Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door.
There, you may enter at will.
You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Oh shit, that was really fast.
Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for?
Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency.
There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow.
Yes. That's the rest of that bitch. Oh, is that a bomb? Uh-oh. What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in yet after all.
But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high.
What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling?
Blow me, what over here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what?
To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if you had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal.
There's something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar.
A rope? What's significant about it?
Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
Mr. Sholmes, have you found something?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped in a large watch to be. Mr. Sato, what's the matter?
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What did you say?
Time bomb? Sorry, but what's a time bomb exactly?
You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo.
I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Aldo? You haven't got a clue what it is either. Either have you, Gina?
I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see, so that's it.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I am fated to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming.
Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
The Great Deduction.
The game is afoot.
Topic 1. Flipped furniture.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. It's almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the greater pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in part in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Usato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Trevor, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
Conclusion, because gravity was reversed. Topic 2. Missing engineer.
Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer would lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Trevor's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Ah,
By inventing the gravity in here, Trevor was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
but the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Trevor have fallen into the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, what rope?
To reach the intended destination, what a better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Trevor was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
Conclusion, escaped via the skylight.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Yeah, she wasn't paying attention. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean?
I would say that with the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
but your whole deduction hinges on it.
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Trevor had used it to escape the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find new ropes. As evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deductions will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're
ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Flipped furniture.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed and table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about that part of gravity played in this business.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I found the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. You must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Ah, look, Mrs. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, the safe is conspicuously the right way up, have you noticed?
Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there.
I certainly didn't say that.
It's all inverted. I think we should look at this.
All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly.
Yes, it does immediately put your mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit it.
Ah, could it be that mini whirlwind that passed through here, don't you think? Do you think?
I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation.
Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes into your head is in the way forward here, it seems.
What the heck? Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Ah, look at that.
I know, its slender little vase looks about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deep impression on me.
I know, so there. I'm just double checking everything first.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head.
Trying to impress your assistant.
Try to impress your assistant here, perhaps.
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender face is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor.
And it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all.
My deepest sympathies for your loss. The music stopped.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Oh. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair.
Oh yes, safe. 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely.
Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination.
Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you have a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case.
That's it! For people who are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it! For people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they noted things down.
What if you always note things in the same place?
I actually won the second prize, you know. but I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my rooms upside.
Thank you, Mr. Naruto, but I believe I proved my point now. Which is that very similar scenario that has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgotten which one.
Leading to the state which we now find in the room. Yes, Mr. Trevor overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination that would unlock the safe.
Conclusion: to find the safe combination. Solved. Topic 2: Missing engineer.
Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Life was so much more simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
And I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Oh. I think it's hard to believe, but there's a shrew up there, look!
Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me?
If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look.
Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data.
It was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Ernest found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gotz claims he saw above the stage was when the incident occurred, was a second bird cage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day,
There is a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
but the balloon's out of reach.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe.
Ugh.
Most probably, Trevor intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? We shoot that sucker down.
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber.
If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon?
Oh. What the? A waxwork? We found the head.
Indeed, it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and impenetrable lock.
So we can't see the face inside. That means...
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh goodness.
I see you join the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent.
Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tospel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was, but I believe Madame Tospel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes.
But why is it there?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tospel's and returning it sans détail. Earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber?
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of those skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we made together during this deduction.
Enoch Drebber's right here. Somewhere in this room?
So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. He's in the motherfucking safe. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Oops, I hit the history button.
Take that!
Before we gain access to this back room, we heard noises from in here.
Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe.
And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Inside the safe. Solved. Deduction complete.
Elementary.
Yeah, okay. I like how this one went. Definitely was different than the others.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright then. Here it goes. Wait, shouldn't Gregson be doing it? Because in case he like jumps out and attacks us. And there he is.
You found me.
What the heck is with all those movements? Is he a robot? No.
Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume.
Correct.
You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Taspel as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate?
Your parcel?
Haha, you found me. Yeah. Yeah, haha, you found me. Oh, wait.
Yeah, you found me!
Breath of the Wild. Yeah.
I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left in a most prominent position.
Ah!
Ha ha ha, I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then.
No!
Oh shit. Is that bomb active?
Mr. Sholmes! With only 7 seconds to spare.
That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already.
Are you trying to help us get the killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Ugh. I won't push it, Mr. Sholmes. So that bomb was actually real.
What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah. Well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't we worry, Drebber.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
A very real bomb from a rather bombastic fellow. Indeed.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh.
For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
We also found a rope over by the wall.
Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So then I set about searching for the combination code to open the safe.
And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon amongst the rafters.
And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
Yeah, I'm guessing that safe is bomb-proof, so that's why he hid inside and waited for the bomb to go off.
Got a death wish, have you? I am right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
So in fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Precisely.
But once you climb inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Ah, so it is.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you plan to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
Looking at Sholmes.
Is something wrong, Gregson?
Yeah, for some reason he confused dynamite for an anti-gravity device for some reason. Apparently he came up with that conclusion from a dream he had when he fell out of bed this morning.
Do I have something on my face? Besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth.
Yeah, you can thank the detective for that one. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a look so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection, after all.
That's enough.
Oh, they're here.
What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Yes, well.
Dr. Sith again. So the forensic investigation team are here.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith?
Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith?
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you...
Get out!
But of course, you'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes...
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out. Now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Trevor?
Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
What are you... That one? Yeah, you mean... Oh shit. There was another one. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. He hid the bomb and... Oh my goodness. Okay, for a second I thought that was one in the workshop, but damn. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. To be continued. Well, shit. Trial part 3. Yep. Let's go.
24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Good morning to you, Mr. Netehudu.
Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to. Good morning, my dear fellows.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realized it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction,
Sorry? I don't follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. I rose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree, then...
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, and punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Sorry to cut in.
Sorry to cut in.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know.
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful.
You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers?
Who killed the 5 members of the aristocracy? The aristocracy?
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Us lowly Lord of the Art are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor.
Yes, we expected the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel and the defendant. The trial is a matter of its own. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth.
"24th of October, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey, courtroom." In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Von Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Von Zieks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
He just sliced the cork off.
I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
Oh, he's got a saber. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but... oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready to and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist would feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides, the fence, and settle on one? That's it, isn't it?
Was it like this in my day? Was it like this at all?
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons.
It was... what?
Explosion! Hush! Here's an outrage!
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
But Enoch Tripper.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Von Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmund. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant, not the victim. The defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Zieks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Trevor, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say.
Say that Black Monocle, yes, why do I feel as though I said it somehow before?
Oh, you do? I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out in the Great Exhibition some days ago? They choose super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment.
Gotta love how eloquent Ryu has become up to this point. Yes.
Also, our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What?
Good. Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was a bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by the means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But...
We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood.
The Kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmund's introduction. He provided me with a blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. A basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Yeah, well, I figured it was the body double. The body double was, well, not just the head, but also the just the waxwork model itself. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you can remove the mask with it yourself if it was put on you.
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know, it's starting to make me livid actually.
Mr. Naruhodo, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless.
Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right, sorry. Oh yeah, we haven't examined this yet.
What a wonderful machine!
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict come back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor, death by hanging confirmed midnight 17th of June, Courtney Stevens. Yep, the spawning platform was blown apart. Ugh.
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to life, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through the conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for the young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If our hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wires to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. The kinesis machine. Alright.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was of no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asmund approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining out here. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asmund was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hasn't quite left me.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Seth absolutely ruled out that possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asmund then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing.
Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Yeah, the waxwork model. But first, I must press the shit out of all these other statements before throwing evidence.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Huh, unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, a birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct, my learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined.
Huh.
What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken,
It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principle it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo.
the point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zeke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber?
Objection!
What? Oh, okay. I would have thought I'd been like, oh, you used the Waxwork model, but barely not. Okay, what do I present then? Do I present this? I guess I present that.
Objection!
No? Huh? Okay. Okay. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. I fell about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Maybe the man inside tragically dead.
Okay. So we're saying it didn't crash head first, it crashed from the base.
Objection!
There, okay. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Grrr.
Goodness gracious. Explain yourself, witness.
Well,
If we examine the facts, there is only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
but multiple witnesses' reports claim it fell head first.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long.
I've had it out to see what's motivating Lord Von Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry.
I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes. And there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth. Of course. You must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
Ugh, I nearly had him there. Yep, found it.
Objection!
What? What? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me! Are you serious? Oh, come on. Oh my god, what is the evidence then? What? How could it not be that? The fuck? What? That is fucking annoying. How the hell can I not use that? Oh, okay then.
Hold it!
What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on the stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. That's true.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there is no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. Ha! A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out.
And suddenly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. There's nowhere... Yeah, literally... Oh my god. Do I need to examine the evidence? But I mean... What the fuck? What else do I present then? It's a book of nice... What the fuck? What do I present then? There's the contradictions right there, so I'm like, what is it? Yeah, we already know where the other one is. It's right here. It's right here. And yet I couldn't use that other bit of evidence to do it. That's fucking bullshit. So then what the fuck do I present then? Camera, science trophy, what? Yeah, because there's an opening right... Oh. There's an opening right here, so that... Yeah, that looks like a very deep opening, so I'm like, what? Because we already know that it's very deep below. So it's like, what? We already know that the floor was designed to open up. So I'm like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Oh my god.
Objection!
Bruh. I felt like we could have used that other bit of evidence. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring, on the same diagram. And the alternate location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's what the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and, if we assume there would be no void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Okay, now we've now produced that other piece of evidence. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at this photographic print on the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below... Oh, yeah. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Grrr. Grrr. Nice robot moves, bro.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distant act of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself?
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Von Sakes?
The contract info which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%. Certainly a very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was a very one important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Nah. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
Nah. Nah!
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zakes, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
It's true. The Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage onto the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Netherholder. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to her offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, there is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Bless them sniffles, yeah. My nose is a bit stuffy. Let's see, smells man. Yeah, it might be this scowl. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord?
you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please.
I'm just gonna save here.
Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Madame Tospels.
Take that!
Who is this person?
Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone you wouldn't say you don't know.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim felonious involvement?
What? No? Okay, apparently she's not involved in it. So I was like, what the fuck? Okay, apparently not. Who the what? I don't know then. What? So it's not... I guess we'll say Odie Asmund?
Take that!
No. Okay, I'm just generally lost here. Well, story mode, because I'm at a loss.
Take that!
What? Oh. The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nepalese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then, here goes.
You kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now.
Oh, okay, we're basing this off the fact that he knew about all the specifics about the victim's body. Probably because he had connections to the forensic investigation team, namely Dr. Sith. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith.
What in the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Sith?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demand that Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
You've got a nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there is another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem?
Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
Oh, that part I know. What?
Certainly. If the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone can even remotely resemble the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I'm just gonna... Can I just say it's the fucking body? Can I just say it was the waxwork model? Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Aspen's body double.
Good gracious. Evidence? I hope that this isn't a filibustering counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
the body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared after the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of the events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact...
It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it.
Thank you, Miss Usato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there... Oh, we just have it in the courtroom.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you moved on to indicting waxworks.
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's.
Did you just say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Took us a while to get there, didn't it? And we already had that theory in mind. It's just the way this game chose to go about approaching it.
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the defection, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Well, sounds like another summation examination. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leadings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me!
Yep, here we go.
abducted, sequestered, kidnapped, taken without permission or consent, yoinked if you will.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. But is utter nonsense to think those who would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with our coroner, is it?
I've had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without the right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that his face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord.
The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when it needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I'd started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight with the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Sith, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her. Her head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
And we're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were, full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sith in charge of examining the bodies, and it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unseemly swindler has no relationship with that woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxworks.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sith would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's see. Let's just say we had to run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Oh, I can't. Oh, okay. Where's the pursuit button?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Automole?
Who are you calling me a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't get anything like that, man. You wanna be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on? I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected to you? Huh.
No one would have called the coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the forest's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sith's maiden name.
Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Sith now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Yeah, I think it was in one of the letters. Or, yeah, it was in, yeah, oh no, not this one. Somewhere else. Yeah, in the autopsy report. So she... yeah, she did the report for that one. That's the only one I saw. Just double checking everything first. Yeah, it's the autopsy report.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes. I don't see why not.
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there was more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from the fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if he managed to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I do have evidence. I'm just gonna save here. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
How? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. On the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick, and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In the light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into the court with you?
Colonel Cobb, he's been going back on the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've some big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like we do back home, like people do back at home.
So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn? could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. Me time's awfully full already.
Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this. It's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a icecracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes. All this time, the pun game on this series still holds water? Yeah. Oh, oops. I did not mean to move forward like that.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
What did you say?
Ah!
That woman is still the best coroner in the land! The head of the forensic investigation team!
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish! That would never pass line lift. I never describe anybody that way, ever! Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sith is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary.
Hold it!
Sometimes, okay, this is the part where he wasn't caught up from.
Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor.
Well, that's definitely not right.
Yes, and it's why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I don't think I'd take my chances to believe the authorities on this occasion.
This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old, is it? Yet is it? Perhaps we should review what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way the juror speaks about the force. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. Oops. Oh. I think I should press it.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What's this about scientists? Honestly. Okay.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bird cage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here,
Please do, sir.
now that this assertion of yours is about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, you would be wrong with me as a man of science. Do not pursue the matter further.
Okay. That's 1.
Ah, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Success! If you can call it that.
Hold it!
But, okay, well, we should assume that, well, since because there's no relationship. True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Okay, no, I don't think I need to present any evidence in this pressing statement. I'm just gonna say double, just in case, because I'm only at 2 bits of life left. Okay.
Objection!
Okay. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. I brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sith, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Sith's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sith to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The professors, but the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sith 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Sith and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Yay. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner! It was like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels.
I really thought that Lord Von Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
To be continued. Damn, this is going to be a long-ass case. Well, I'm calling it here. Thank you all for watching. Farewell for now.